Hello there. Second time's charm. We are back in Blueprint. We are going to finish up some logic today for the Hexgrid game. Anyone who hasn't been part of the streams, or just as a general recap for myself, because it is now Friday morning, we're making a game based on a theme loop in which a player builds an island through a deck building mechanic on a hexagon grid, places different terrain tiles, places different buildings. They get resources from those buildings which allow them to start another loop, and that's the loop. So they do that over and over. It's called Loop Isles or Isle Bound or something. Now, last night got pretty late. I basically just started falling asleep on stream. Just doing hexagon grid logic through ChatGPT vibe coding, which I absolutely hated. So I sat down and was just like, wait a second, a 2 width and 3 height grid of hexagons is easy, you just offset it. I don't know why. I think it was just late. I wasn't thinking straight. Had a good sleep. I did not need AI to help me do that. Got this right now. I need to move it. Yeah. Yeah. So we have a bunch of positions, right? What I need to do is just move these tiles to the right, and then it'll be fine. I don't know why I didn't just look at this last night and go like, oh, I just gotta move those 2 tiles to the right. It should be easy. Because all you do is you modulo the row ID, right? So 0, 1, 2. So let's do that. In fact, there's a modular in here. Let's print the... I mean, I don't even need to print. I could just do this through a calculator. Okay, I need scientific. Okay. So if we have 0 mod 2, we get 0. It should be what's outside the range. So 1 mod 2 should be 1. 2 mod 2 should be 0. 3 mod 2 should be 1. 4 mod 2 should be 0. Because 2 divides into 4, etc. Hey, Sad. I am currently working on more hexgrid logic, as you would expect. Currently building this, but I'm building it in a 2x3 hex grid. Although I might actually go back and produce this because I think this is probably cuter, or more just fits the vibe a little bit more. I don't know. At the moment, I'm making a piece of code that I might not even use. So in game, we have essentially 0, 1, 0. I don't add anything, how does it look? Interesting. I need to add this to the Y position. Actually not changing the positions, which I'm finding really strange. Yeah, this needs to be vertical divided by 2. There we go. And then the use of height on the Y here is wrong. Sorry. It's this. Oh, I did that wrong. Well, it shouldn't be offset that much, that's for sure. What if I... making a little bit of progress. Yeah, it was a bad evening. I'm just going to look at what happens with small variable changes here. Yeah, so we have positions, but the distances are off. The X position, which is the up and down, is based on the vertical, which is in this case 3, multiplied by, should just be the height. I guess it's height multiplied by 2, technically. I wasn't able to watch loop 3, but damn, it looks awesome. It's getting there, yeah. I wouldn't... It's nowhere near done. I have some curious stuff, but what I'm going to do is just... I can always ruminate over the better ways to do this in the future, but because this is a games jam, I do need to just crack on. So hex radius, I'm going to say, yeah, -10 is fine. And we're going to maybe just multiply this by 1. I want to split these, basically. Which is, in this case, the y-axis. Was that not working? The Y position is 0 or 1. I guess 0 multiplied by everything is just 0. Then 1 multiplied by... The second row should be really far to the right. Yeah, this second row is not where I expect it to be. Because the value should be 0 multiplied by everything plus 40 for the first column. And then the second column, where this is 1, it should technically be 100, 300 plus 40, 340. So it should be like miles to the right in comparison to the first one, which is 40 plus 340 units. It should be miles to the right, but it doesn't come out the wash in that way. Oh my god. Explain it. Okay. I am returning this too early. Okay, now I've got these. Now I can add the distance that I wanted. There we go. So that's what I want, but I want it to obviously be centered. I'm not going to add position here. Okay. Actually, I can keep these in here. It's like, that's fine. Let's go back to the hand. I'm going to produce these positions. So I add all these positions that I've generated. And then I take the position that I want to be at. I can get the average vector of this, which is just the center point of it. And then spawn all these assets. This position plus my position. So starting at my position plus the offset plus the half size. And that should essentially shift all of our points in the wrong direction. Cool. All right. It's meant to start at the center of the screen, which I thought would be this position here. Also, that variables aren't correct. There we go. Cool thing now, hopefully, so I could tighten this radius and it might give us, yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's cool, but it's not low enough. I want to be. This is the 0 point. Doesn't make sense. Let's have a look. What am I doing wrong? Gone off the left side here. The stuff is super complicated, yeah. It's just, I know next time I'm not going to do hexagon grid math because it's got this concept of a cube, which is just because the edges are different sizes. Well, sorry, the longest length is different to the width, so you have to create like a whatever it's called, a cube. So you have like cube space, world space. Yeah, it's not super. It's not been very fun. But it's gonna get fun soon. Once I finish this card select, like, and even so, I actually drew this like this. I should have just done it this way, saved hours of time. But I'm just like laser focused on this now, and so then I'm gonna have this 6 tile basic thing. The fact that it's not in UI makes it harder because when screen scale changes, so for example, I'm just going to put this at perfectly 0 on the X, and then actually, well, no, I'm going to pad it by at least 100. I need to just make an array real quick, and then I'll explain another sort of problem around screen size. So we get this. Oh, I need music. There we go. So we get this average vector, which is just of those points that we have, it's the center of them. So when we have those points, I want to get the y divided by 2. And I want to put all of these points slightly to the right by half. And I also want to divide Because these should all be in 0 space, basically. This is like, if I didn't add position, in fact, I didn't add the other thing, this should just be at the center of the world. It's not. It's slightly offset already. Yes, because we're adding from 0. And then if we were to add this offset in the X and Y, it should center us. Interesting that it does not. And then earlier I used 1.5. And that it's close, but it's still no cigar. That's actually just offset to the left. Problem with this is it's not, this average array vector is not local. It's the center point of all pieces, but it's not the bounds of those pieces. I'll just focus on the Y and just make sure I'm actually offsetting by half Y of that box. Which if I don't do anything, yeah, we get positions that are good. And then I have all these vectors. The average array vector of all of these is actually somewhere over here, so yeah, it's not going to work. Bounds. The easiest way to do this. Hey, imaginary villain, welcome. Yeah, coding is hard. Just maths is hard. It's a labor of love. Imaginary villain, welcome. We're making a game jam. We're currently building hex tile logic to create a set of tiles that we want to place in the world. And I'm actually just spending the first sort of half an hour, 45 minutes, just cleaning up some code from yesterday. We are at the point where, well, let me know, guys, as well. Would you want music on the stream in the background? Like, for whoever's watching right now, if there was like copyright-free music in the background right now, like this. While I'm working, would that be better or worse for you? Because I used to put music on the streams. I've been getting into the habit of not putting music on the streams because on Twitch I won't be able to keep those as a VOD because it's potentially copyrighted in some way. So sometimes just check it out. Do you want music? Do you not want music? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out on the way. In the meantime, for those who've just joined, let's take a look at our game jam here. We're working on the GMTK Live, and so we've got the theme of loop. We've got this really cool artwork by Steven Colling. It's this really cute art style. The game is a deck building world builder. So we have this tile. We have the ability to name our town, place down tiles in a first loop. These will be random different tiles, right? So you do that in a loop, and then you can place your buildings, which are going to start giving you some resources. So these resources will populate. You do your second loop. Once you finish the first, you have some more random tiles. Once you finish that, place your buildings again, so just looping within loops. You can name these buildings as well, and once you're complete, you end up with something like this. And then after that, it goes to a macro level on a larger world map, and then we choose a tile that we want to start from, and we use our resources to pay for that tile, and then we start again. And so there's loops within loops within loops, and there'll be a day-night loop and other things. And then this is the end result. You'd have all these different biomes. I've just color shifted this, but you can imagine it will be like deserts, swamps, mountainous areas as well. So that's what we're building today. And welcome, subscribe. We are also on YouTube. We're also on Twitch. Choose your poison. UX is fine. We do streams pretty much Monday through Thursday, 9 AM to 12 midday PST. We do Unreal Game Dev, we do collabs, we do UI challenges, we do all sorts of things. So yeah, if you're cool, you're down with Unreal Engine and you want to do some UI, UX, you're interested in that stuff, you want to hear some cool stories, you want to see some history of UI in the industry or UX in the industry, yeah, join us on that journey. I roll with copyright-free music all the time. Silence is rough unless you're a serious talker. Yeah, I mean, I talk a lot, but I mean, I can talk all day. I don't know if I should talk all day. Should get like a beat button on like a stream deck, boop, every time. I'm not uploading VODs to Twitch. I'm going to keep the music on. Let me know if it's too loud and we'll change it. So it says I had 20 people in the chat, which I found wild for a second there, but we're good. We're back down to something a lot more reasonable, which is now 7. So let's hit this. We've got to sort out the logic for that offset, right? So we get a nice box of positions that we're going to place these assets in. So we essentially get an array of those points. If we look at this, we essentially get, can I draw? We're getting this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, and then we're getting the average array vector of this box, which is here. Which gives us this distance. And this distance, which what I'm attempting to do, well, can I get rid of that stuff with a rubber, or is that not allowed? Raids are weird. Sometimes it says you have a lot, then it just drops down almost immediately by a huge chunk. Yeah, people probably just dropping off the stream, right? I've never been raided, so my OBS chat doesn't tell me that I've been raided. I don't know what bots I should use for that. I'm pretty new to streaming. I mean, I've been doing it for a month and a half, but on the Twitch side, you know, you can check out the details. Like, my link doesn't work for half my stuff. It doesn't have any details of who we are, what we do. It just has a couple of links in the description for our channel. I don't have any stream banners. I don't have any like follow count stuff. I don't have any events for new subscribers. I don't have literally anything on Twitch. And so keeping it chill, just like YouTube, where I also don't have any of that stuff. And I just like watching the numbers go up as people find and discover us and think, oh yeah, I'll follow this person. They make good content. In particular, the UI stuff. Twitch chat would definitely love if you talked that way all day. Anyway, yeah, so we had this position. What were we saying? We've got a box that hits here like this. We have a center point for that, which is here. That gives us a distance like so. So if I move this box by that distance, it is half. And if I move it up like this, that is half. That is half of the representation, so that is fine. So that should work. This is the average array vector of that. But I guess the problem is it's not a local average array vector. The first point should technically be at 0, 0. Which it almost is. It's kind of weird that it's not actually at 0. It's like kind of just off, but that is basically at 0, and then I just need to minus the x and minus the y. Yeah, should be fine. Divide this by 2 to get the bounds. It's kind of like using an extents box, right? Break this, and then we're gonna just gonna move this. So we've already divided it by 2. We're just gonna move it in the x and y, left and down. We're gonna spawn it at this position, plus the offset. Should be easy. Twitch has a notify system. It's in the back end. I use that for it. Okay. I also wish I was able to just like click people's names when they're chatting and actually go to their profile, but OBS chat sucks. Doesn't let me. Like, I'm on Restream.io, right? So I'm just like clicking imaginary villain, and there's no way for me to go find you, for example. But welcome. Yes. Welcome indeed. I'm going to go and just manually find out what's going on. So I'm trying to use the Seribot, but it doesn't work because my account's not validated because I don't have the account number. I don't have the phone number for this account. Imaginary villain. Imaginary. Just guy hoping to shoot way above his class in the game dev world and hopefully have a lot of fun getting there. I work primarily in Unreal Engine and really have a fascination with macabre things. Oh, you and my wife would get on really well. She's into necrobotany. She's also a Twitch streamer. She's going to be a VTuber in the next few weeks. Debuting. Poppet Quest. Cool. So for anyone wondering what a necrobotanist is, it is a field in which a person studies sort of the flora and essentially mushroom biology or mycology, actually, around death. So it's like, what things can we do around like decomposing bodies with certain floras? What things can we do for preparing bodies for like I can't remember the exacts, but it's really I mean, I've just woken up, so you're gonna have to bear with me as I wake up. But yeah, cool. Look, this is our dude. I'm on my work account, but I will follow you on my. Actually, no, I'll follow you on the work account. Why not? There we go. I'll go and take a look at some of your streams in my off time. Cool. Back to the chat. Necrobotany. Yeah. It's crazy. It's pretty fucking. It's pretty cool, to be honest. So one of the points that she had was like, with the rise of AI and stuff, like trying to think of like a thing that she'd love to do that kind of is never at risk. And she was like, well, people always die. It's kind of, there's always a need for like care, love, and like support for like families and things, and also, you know, preparing bodies to pass on. So, you know, what can we do with botany in that case to help that? So we've offset this by half of the box, but that's put us at what feels like, it doesn't feel like the right distance. I'm going to try one more time. That feels like a better distance, but it's obviously offset by some margin. I'm going to go with that, and then I'm going to add position to it. And so now we're at a position here and we're centered. I actually don't want to be pushing it. I want it to be left aligned. So in order to left align this, I've got a position. I'm going to move our actor by the X. Y in this case. I'm not going to move the Y. There we go. Oh, okay, we're moving on. Next thing is to paint these with different tiles, and then here's a question for you, imaginary villain. So originally I was going to drag this tile over here, and the tile would get picked up and it would wobble around a little bit. It would have some sway, it would have some cuteness to it, and then you would drop it on this cloud, and then this tile would turn into whatever this tile actually is from that concept, right? So you drag this over, oh cool, and you drop it onto the tile. But I realized with the concept of it being a sort of clicker game, and there's like lots of loops, and then this can have another loop and another loop and another. I tested like 5,000 entities yesterday. I had like 0.2 ms. And then, yeah, so you're going to do it a lot. That's a lot of drag clicking. And because the fact that it's in a loop, when you click the tile that you want to use, it has to go to the next tile for the concept of it. I thought of just sitting back and being like, click, 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 and then it like kind of automatically moves itself over. Still feel nice, still look cool. There's still going to be a drag drop moment where you drag this around and this can wobble and you drop these onto the tiles that you want to drop them on. But yeah, do you think just clicking these, so I'd click this and it would literally just sort of whoop over here, and then it would highlight this, and then I'd be like, oh, this one, and I just tap it, click. I don't know. For anyone watching, that's the dilemma I've got right now. I think I'm going to go with the click, because I think it's going to be quicker. So ultimately what we need to do now is click one of these tiles here, and it needs to just go over to this location. I'll also animate these tiles at some point. In fact, there should be an index on here. So we can put this index on and it will actually, we get our first loop, we click this, we get our new options. Oh, the stream crashed. That sucks, man. I don't know what's going on. Well, anyway. Yes, I will ask the question again. So, now that we have our first loop, we choose a tile where we want to begin. Then we get our options. It's like, it seems a bit superfluous to drag this tile over, which was the original design, was like drag the tile, have the tile in your hand and drop it. But if you do that this many times and more, because imagine the world just keeps getting bigger, it's just a game that build the world you want to build. You have tons of tiles and decks and you get to build the decks and like really craft a world quite quickly, quite simply, quite chill. But if you're going to do that a lot, that's a lot of click dragging. And it's always the same, right? It's like, yeah, it's a hex, cool, whatever. I've just got to drag this stuff. So I'm thinking of just tapping it. And so then what I can do is I can kind of look at the list. I can know my start point, and I can be like, yeah, I want forest, 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 this. And as I click them, each of them are asynchronously sort of hovering over it, would be pretty cool. I think that's what I'm going to go for. It's less of a question, more of a like, I'm going to describe this. Assembling a puzzle, and people like to place a disgusting number of those things. So if the rules are interesting, it might be more fun to place them. Yes. The rules aren't interesting. The rules are loop, and so this just moves around in a circle. And so literally every single time you see this, which is every time you finish a loop and you pick a new location and you start back in this spot, got to do it again. This time it's different tiles though. There's a little bit of strategy involved. I'm going to go with clicking it for now. There is a drag element here where you do drag these onto the world. So we'll still have a little bit of fun dragging. For now, I need to randomize what's on these terrains. In order to do that, I need to produce, if we go look at the reference, we have forests, oak forests, mixed forests, we have meadows, we have grasslands, we have hills. You can see where this is going, right? We have a lot of biomes. That's exactly why I got stuck on it, actually, yeah. So the inconsistency between dragging some things and clicking other things was why I was sort of ruminating over it last night, pontificating, whatever the word you choose. So I sat there last night going like, it's inconsistent, but it allows you to play the game and it still looks cool. Allows you to play the game a little bit quicker, and it allows you to sort of like crack on with the job, right? So yeah, you would be like click, 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 click. These would like slide in, and then you'd get this pop up, and you'd be like, cool, I'm going to drag these over. Yeah, I don't know. It does seem a bit weird. Yeah, a bit of me thinks that it is, because it's a repetitive loop, right? Stream seems to have a lot of issues. Trying to find my dashboard. Create a dashboard. Does it tell you the health? It says the health is excellent. It says the history of the bitrate has... I mean, I'm at 5,000 kilobytes per second. Is that too many? I don't know. Maybe 4,000 is fine. I have no idea. Should catch up with me on my Discord. Which means I would need to update the channel sort of description that we have. No, my bio link does work. Interesting. Some days it doesn't work, some days it does work. if an action isn't fun, should you rework it so that it is? Games are about making a repetitive loop fun. Yeah, when it comes to this loop that you will engage with a ton in the game, not only once here, but also again here, and then every single time you make a new island. So because you're doing it so often, at first it's quite novel. At first it's quite, oh yeah, this is nice. But after a while, your finger's going to hurt. It stops being fun. And eventually, because you've done this a lot, you're now experienced, you know what you want to do. There's no agency for the player behind where they're dragging this. They have to drag it to the yellow spot. So it becomes this monotonous, in my opinion, it becomes this frustration. 6,000 recommended for 720p, 8,000 for 1080p. I guess my VODs upload at full res, but my streams are not. And the problem with me doing restream, whenever I go above or too far above 4,000, YouTube starts to complain that I'm doing too much. Perhaps allow them to place it. Allowing them to place it around in any order, for me, I mean, there's a lot of loops in the game, but it defeats the loop theme. I want it to be placed in a loop, and I want that to be part of the game. And then I want you to place your next loop, and then I want you to build your islands in a loop. So whichever one of these you pick, you have to go counterclockwise. So there's a lot of counterclockwise in the game. These will be counterclockwise. The day-night cycle will go over in counterclockwise fashion. If I could make the music counterclockwise, I would make the music counterclockwise, looping just in some counterclockwise fashion. And so yeah, I want to stick to the Game Jam theme. Sadly, well, I mean, it's not really sadly. The game is not going to be about too much strategy. It's going to be more about chill. I'm going to go with clicking them. I need to set up. All right, so we were just talking about these biomes. Thanks for the conversation. I have made a decision, and we are moving forward. We're moving on to setting up these biomes. So I need to start a data asset, basically. Counterclockwise music, exactly. It's a great idea. Never before seen. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, man. There's crazy people out there. I'm sure counterclockwise music has a meaning. Okay, we have our terrain hand. Where are we at? We click our home tile. Ooh, clouds. I guess I'll click one. I need to make these have a hover effect. Now you have these. That's also interesting. Just to double check that this works as expected, if we have 3 horizontals. Yeah, we do get 3 by 3, cool. And if we have 4 vertical, this is basically our deck building hand. Yeah, cool. So that works. And then we would click this, and then it would go to Apple. Okay, so that's all done. I don't know if I can close it yet. I need to start creating a terrain data asset set for this game in general. So in blueprints, we'll have a new, we'll just have biome. We'll create a new blueprint class. It's a primary data asset. We'll call this DA underscore biome. We'll give the, I don't think I need it. No, I do. So we're going to add a variable. Hey Raphael Rosa, I was able to watch the start of the first stream, and now I'm catching up with what I've lost. Yeah, I'll give you a quick rundown. What did you think of the idea? Just while I set this up. So it's the name of the biome. Just use a string. Actually, this is going to need to be text because it's going to need to be localized. Here we'll have just the deck. Oh, that's not right. Keep up with the amazing content you're creating. It's awesome seeing your process, and I'm learning a lot. Yeah, thank you. I will. Every time someone says that, and every time someone subscribes and the numbers go up, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do this. Because it brings in talent, it brings in eyes, it brings in interest, it brings in even potential clients. It's a really nice thing to kind of. It's philanthropic. It's unfortunately sort of disruptive to some teachers, but what I think is, you know, if they're learning from this, anything, and they pass some of the things that I do on to their students, that's a good thing. So you should go pay teachers to teach you in a class and do these things, but I do these things online. I'm doing them Monday through Thursday, and we're doing different things. We're doing UI, we're doing gameplay, we're doing sometimes particle systems. We'll have some guests on soon as well. We'll do some tech art with some guests, hopefully. Good friend Harrison. Can't wait to play it. Yeah, cool. So we're at the point where we have the ability to generate on a grid. I have the ability to create ring positions, so I've got pretty much all of that sorted. I have the ability to start the placement section of the game. I'm now just sorting out the deck so that these options are derived from the deck. The deck is a data asset that I'm going to be able to define, and inside the deck is essentially a bunch of texture 2D soft references, an array of those. That'll do to start. Let's make a biome. So now we go to miscellaneous data asset. Let's go DA biome, and here we'll just go. Need to remember what we have. We'll do pine forest first. DA pine. DA pine. I'm going to create a couple of these real quick. Okay, we got pine. We got DA underscore oak. DA underscore decidual. I can't. I'm going to call it deci. It's a type of wood. It's common in England. It's every tree. It's every tree. It's like England conquered the world at one point and took the seeds from every bloody place and just put them all in one place. Meadow. That's my vibe. Let's go meadow. And then we've got grassland. Well, there's a lot of. I should probably think about merging some of these. In fact, when we do pine, we would want some meadows and we would want some grassland. So I think each of these forest types might need to introduce. Hey Bernardo, welcome back. Catan cozy game, yeah, it is a Catan cozy game. Yeah, we've also got these hills. Yeah, I'm at a point where like several places are going to have trees and several places. So making these decisions is bloody annoying. Right, I need to come up with biome logic in my head, basically. We've got jungle. Jungle will also have the possibility of some grasslands. Another thing that I need to be able to do is to define the rarity of them, because I can't just randomly pool you these assets. You might end up with only forests, which isn't the worst thing, but you might also end up with only grasslands. But I don't get to say that any of it is particularly rarer than any other item. Maybe that's. I'm not going to worry about waiting right now. I think it's just makes it take longer, by a tiny margin, because essentially we just turn deck into a struct that's picture weight. I do want to do weight because I want to create an ocean biome that has like a high probability of basically water. I'll have to get some sleep, did a 9-hour stream and I have work later. Oh my god. Good luck with the rest of your stream. My hats are off to you, sir. Last night I tried to stream for a long time and I started making stupid mistakes quite frequently. So I'll see you around. You'll have to jump into my Discord and we can chat so that I can learn how, like, so that I might be able to learn from you, ask some questions. Like, if I can do a raid, I will go raid you, but I don't necessarily know how to do that. I don't really have a mentor in the streaming space, and it would be nice to sync up. So thanks for joining, and thanks. I guess you did the raid, so thank you for the raid. Again, I really need some sort of. I've got a console over on this side of the screen that is just all my streaming information, but it doesn't suit me enough, doesn't serve me enough information. And sorry about the stream issues as well. I don't know why that is. Yeah, man, have a good one. For this deck, I am going to add weighting, so let's go into blueprint, let's go to struct, F underscore option weight. Call this tile option weight. Come in here, we'll change this to tile option weight. So it's an array of that. And inside there we'll have our texture. Texture 2D, it's a soft reference, and then it's an array. Sorry, no, it's not, it's single. And then this has a weight, it's a float, and in the default variables we'll just put 1 in there. Now in the biome, I can come in and define that. In our, that's the wrong one. That's the music I'm listening to. Or it was the music I was listening to. Oh. We were all listening to that music. Terribly sorry. Okay. So here we have our different biomes. I'm kind of trying to make a decision here on a couple of things. I'm gonna do the most obvious ones. So let's just do instead of grassland, everything will include some grassland except desert. Meadow, instead of that, we'll have our deciduous one include meadows. We'll have valley. We'll have ocean as a biome, swamp. We'll have plains, just like wheat fields and stuff. We shall have mountains. And that'll be it. And for the first few that I'm going to set up, I'll just do the deciduous. So again, I don't know how you spell this. Deciduous. I spelled it correctly. I want to look at that. Deciduous. Alright. Let's fill it with tiles, basically. So. In this case, we're doing mixed pointy. I could eventually make 2 arrays for this, one that's pointy and one that's the flat top, but right now, yeah, see how we have like a ton of different variations. It's got like, we're gonna throw this all in. It would be cool to throw this all in. Can't just drag these in. If this was a texture, if this was a texture 2D soft reference array, then I would be able to drag this. I would not be able to drag it, so it doesn't matter. May as well be this thing. I was trying to save myself some time there, but I guess I'm not allowed to do that. Go in and start adding entries. It does make me wonder if I do this in a data table, if that would be better. In fact, I do have an idea for this. Let's go back here and go texture. I'm trying to make the process a little bit quicker by allowing me to like drag drop in. So let's go here. Asset actions, edit by property matrix. We will we'll pin the deck. We don't really need to pin the deck, but we will just click on deciduous. I need to get window. Content browser, content browser, content browser. Where's my goddamn content browser? Where's my game? Oh, it's right there. And it's really early for me, apparently. My brain is not there yet. Okay, so we're in biome. Window. Content browser. 1. Okay, that's over on my side now. Wonderful. When I go to this asset, I lose... If it's docked, I lose my extra content browser. Oh, we don't have my checklist on today. I should turn my checklist on. Okay. We do have the select tile start loop, so we'll tick that off. We're finishing the terrain tile hand right now, which means we're making the biomes. We're making at least one biome. Trying to figure out a way to do this which allows a little bit quicker iteration. So what I've got is my hex tiles here, and if I type pointy mixed, and then not winter, because you can use those kind of things in here. Now what we get is a series of sort of mixed forests, we get mixed clearings, we get mixed places with lakes, and we get mixed sparse. And we can have a couple of mountains in there as well. Gonna cook a lot of content. Okay, but anyway, yeah, the concept is now I want to just drag it into this element here. Just let me drag it in there. So annoying. I don't want to have to click every single one manually. So to speed up this process, we're going to do something that I haven't done on stream yet. We're going to make an editor utility widget. And this may or may not be a bad idea. So, in our biome, we need a new biome tool. So we're going to go to Editor Utilities, make an Editor Utility widget. Just going to use an overlay, I suppose. In here, we'll just call this EUW_biome creator. In here, what we can do is we can create a widget that's going to pop up that's going to allow us to do some functionality with the editor assets, with the content browser assets. What we're going to do is directly insert these references based on my content browser selection. We're going to push it directly into the data asset, which means that I can actually set my biome back to be my weighted tile options, because I'll just make structs for each of these, and then I can go in afterwards and I can change the properties. So firstly, what we have is the biome data, right? So that's a pointer to a DA biome object reference. We'll put this into a category called, I guess we call it configs. In here, We also have we have that. Pretty sure that's it. Pretty sure that's it. In our designer view, let's get a border. Pick the color of the regular thing, and then let's get some text in here. Set this by 10 units. I'm going to set this to be roboto regular 12 units. Basically, I'm just trying to mimic this text here. That'll do. Then this will literally just say select biome. We're part of a vertical box with a vertical box, and we'll have a details panel underneath this details view, which we will wrap with a scroll box in case. Can I wrap that with a scroll box, please? Is there no such thing? Am I blind? My gosh, there's no scroll box? Editor utility scroll, would you look at that? Let's put it in there. Right, cool, that fills. We'll give it a little bit of padding. I'm gonna add this as a list. Utility biome creator. We're learning about editor utility, which is today, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. We have undefined object here. This can just be auto. The categories that we want to show are configs. And then, in fact, what we have is another details view offset by 10 units. And when we make this variable, so this is detail view configs, and the second one is detail view data asset. On property changed. Damn. When the detail configs property changes, I can get the biome data and just say, hey, is this valid? If it is, get the details view for the data asset. Set to this, which will then start showing me any of the public properties for that are configs technically. We're going to remove from this data asset the configs category because we want to show all information. Now in here, this we have configs. But what we need to do with this is set the object to self. So we can do that on construction. Pre-construct here. So now what we should see is just one option, configs biome data. So when you open this, you select a biome, and then you can configure something. So let's just run the utility widget. Pick a biome, deciduous. It shows us the details. From here now, it's possible I may be able to drag this in. No. So what we're going to do is create a button that says get all of our content and drag that into this deck here. Just to double check to see if this saves me a little bit of time again. Just going to go to texture 2D here, soft object reference. Go to there, play it, pick one, try and drag this again. Yeah, cool. Okay, so just double checking that doesn't work still. So we are definitely in a position where we need to fill the data, right? So in our biome creator, what we can do is create a button. Editor utility button here. This will also have some text. give this a little bit of padding. This will be add selected textures. When you click this button, on click, if the biome is valid, get selected assets. For each of those, attached to a texture 2D, get the soft object path. We need to, this is going to be annoying now. We're going to need to convert this to a soft reference. Let's just check Google for that. This might be the correct thing. I'm gonna stick with it for a minute, and then we'll see if it works correctly. So what you can do here is transact this object if there are selected assets. We actually need to collapse this to a function. It's just get textures, or get selected textures. It has an output textures of soft texture, sorry, texture 2D. Texture 2D soft object reference array. So as long as this is not empty, then we will transact the biome data, which means prepare it for editing. Then we will get I can't remember what I called the property. We'll get the deck, and for each of these we will add to the deck. Add split. Add this texture at weight 1, so it just adds it by default as to weight 1. When this loop finishes here, we need to save this object. Save loaded asset. The object is about to be modified. It should be pasted onto the undo buffer. Internally, this calls modifying the given object, so we mark the owner package as dirty. Save the asset if dirty, which it has been dirtied. Begin a new undo transaction. An undo transaction is defined as all actions which take place when the user selects undo. So that's just preparing an undo in the editor. Otherwise you'd say it, and you can't use Control-Z, like someone might want that. So in this selected textures function, we're going to promote this to a local variable, L textures. We're going to loop through all selected assets and determine whether that is actually a texture. And if it is, we're just going to add even better. We're going to add this soft reference in there. Okay, let's do it. So now, if I run this utility widget, I have this biome data, which I can say is the deciduous one. In my content browser, I have all these selected, and I click Add Selected Textures, and I should now get all of my options and the weighting of them. Now, just by the fact that there's only 4 of these, this is already weighted to 1 in 40. So it's not too bad. Let's just go with that. Let's use that as a biome and start trying to generate our so yeah, editor utility widget, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you do that. Because now what I can do is I can go over to my desert. In fact, I may as well go and sort all this stuff out, right? So desert Let's just double check. Is those our desert pointies? We only want pointy. Pointy desert. So what I can do with this later is I can make the flat top variants as well. So what I can do is I can click this, add these 20, come down a little bit, get these ones with the oasis. Oh, there's some mountains as well, so that's cool. So may as well have all the mountains. And click it again, and now we have all of them, so that's pretty cool. Okay, and this is just called desert. Should have updated, so now when I actually open that asset, that's all good. Okie dokie. And I can do the next one, just mountains. Great Mountains, this mountain city. Oh yeah, we need to also define pointy in here. Alright. So it said, yeah, there's jungle mountains, there's this mountains, that mountains, the other mountains. Yeah, it's not actually a mountain biome, it is mountains. And then we also have valley. So what I need to do is go and delete like straight up mountains, because that's just not actually a thing. In our valley, however, go to our tiles and do pointy valley. We just grab the, oh, and we can also do not winter. So we can grab pretty much all of this. Yeah, all of this is going to be our valley idea. Swamp. So pointy swamp. Plains. That was just like wheat, right? Fine. We'll add that. There are some clearings in here, but there are no meadows. Where's your playlist? I use YouTube, so genre, performers. We do not have the playlist currently listed on the stream, but we're currently listening to stream safe background music, although we'll find out later if we get copyright striked. On Twitch, if you have a VOD, that will mute the VOD. On YouTube, it does not. It just means you don't make money. So we're not here to make money on the stream. We're here to build games. We're here to build UI, UX. We're here to share knowledge, build community. And so we won't get muted on YouTube, and we don't upload our VODs to Twitch right now. So when we do, what we can do is we can actually pay for some music. I've been talking to some Twitch streamers, and so you can also listen to like Epidemic Sound or things like that. I'm currently listening to this pretty chill music. We have our 50 pine items, but I kind of want to add, if I go to the reference sheet, I kind of want to add something to it. I want to add maybe some grassland in this one. So what I might do is the pine forest will have some tall grasslands. The oak will have meadows and hills. So the oak one's more like countryside. The pine one's, I mean, it could just be mostly pine. And then the oak one could just be mostly oak. It could be everything, actually. There are lots of hills here. What I'm going to do for the pine one is add a couple of valley assets, because there are a lot of valleys here. So we'll add that to the pine. Let's go. Let's go to the oak. We haven't done the oak yet, so let's open up oak. And we will drop in pretty much all of this, I think. Yeah. Drop in all of that. This would be our, we'll call this country side. We'll call this countryside. So we have our oak, but we also wanted meadow. Should be significantly fewer assets. Wow, meadow is a thing. Meadow is a thing. It has a lot of assets in meadow. We may want to duplicate this and just make a theme that is just meadow. So let's go look at just meadow, delete everything. We'll just call this meadows. And then we go to our hex tiles, we do meadow, not winter, pointy. Be our meadows, cool. Back in our oak one, we also kind of wanted hills. But again, maybe hills should just be its own biome. Problem is, and you just don't get any trees in there at all. But we can fix that later. Let's do hills as its own thing. Okay, that's hills. Deciduous. We sorted out deciduous. I'm going to add a handful of these hills to the deciduous forest. There's, oh yeah, and some lakes. Here we go. So add those. Let's just double check that none of this is random forest. We've got a couple of mountains in there as well. That's cool. Okay. That's deciduous. We did our desert. Hills are done. Meadows are done. Oaks done. Ocean. We didn't do ocean. So the concept with this biome, if you land it, is that it's water world. So you're building a tile that's just ocean. And you put buildings on it. It's like, yeah, you put buildings on it, easy. Whatever. It's going to be pretty funny. We'll call this Ocean World. We'll call it what it is. It's Water World, if you know the reference. If you know the reference, yeah, enjoy the reference. Well, one of the things that I wanted to do as well is actually introduce. See, this is ocean with the waves, but like these could conceptually also be like lake. So the pine, when I think of at least the area I'm in, it has lakes. So we're going to add some lakes to the pine. We're going to add some lakes to the plains, and we're going to add some lakes to meadow. Just to spruce that up, actually, and hills, I suppose. Okay, we've got all our biomes now. They've got like flat rarity, that's fine, I can always edit that in the future. Back in our terrain hand here, when we create a terrain, we'll need to give it a biome, right? So the biome here, it's just a biome asset. It needs to be exposed. And what that means, oh, actually, yes, I just realized we're supposed to have a meeting. Oh my god. I'm gonna catch up in the morning. It just reminded me. Yeah, I'm gonna be totally free tomorrow, man. I'm gonna mute myself on stream and go and hang out with Jason for a minute. I'll carry on working probably, but I won't be talking on stream, so it's going to be a little bit of just musical interlude. I'll be. Actually, you can't have a musical interlude because then you'll hear Jason talking, so it's just going to be muted for a Hello, testing, testing. I am back. I've gone from like 20 viewers to 12 to 5 because I was. Sometimes you have to be on a call. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be like a 12-hour stream or something ridiculous. Just for context, what we're doing right now is we set up a cool biome editing tool that allows us to set up the deck and the weighting of our tiles. And some people may have seen so far we have this biome. It's randomly selected at the beginning of the game. It gets pushed over to our tiles that are in our hand. I'm just setting up a bunch of like what you could call it scaffolding code to allow me to essentially step through the stages and click those assets and have them actually move over. So right now what I'm coding is I can close literally everything else down. At the moment, I am changing some of the logic for when you click on a terrain tile because it depends on which, if we're in the place terrain state, then we are going to be doing something in particular. So right now we have a terrain tile. You're never going to be in the new town state, or if you are in the new town state, nothing happens. If you're in the select ring start state, we're going to move over to place terrain, which is going to create a hand here. And if we are already placing to, oh, so sorry, one of the things that we need to do is set the start tile, select start tile. I should just say set start tile. And so right now, when I click on here and I click this is my start tile, but I actually don't know which one that is. So I need to actually go and tell the game what that is. In this case, it's going to be a variable. And that is going to allow us to loop around in a circle and do our tile logic for the circle there. So cracking on a little bit here, we have some coffee. We don't have any coffee. Is my wife watching? Please help me. No, I can't leave the desk. We'll have a short break soon because it's been 2 hours of me sitting, and it's good to just stretch the legs. It's just good to stretch the legs. I've just had a long-ish short call with a good friend, Jason Sklar. Good friend, a good friend. Maybe we'll be good friends one day, Jason. If you're watching, we'll work on it. Now he's a veteran industry guy, so me saying we're good friends is an insult to his actual good friends who have known him for like 20, 30 years. But I was just on a call with Jason Sklar, veteran UI UX professionado, and talking about some cool ideas for future content on the stream and support for the stream. So one of the questions or one of the concepts that we came across was talking more with the people who are watching and actually asking you guys to sort of like think about some things around our future concept stream ideas. So one, for example, is the 3 best and worst of in UI UX in particular. I can write those up, but we're never going to know the niche, interesting games maybe that you guys know. So for anyone watching, if you want to get involved in sort of the discourse of UI UX and make some suggestions and see a video that's maybe inspired by some of this conversation that we can have, then let's have a conversation. Tell me about your favorite and your least favorite I guess UI UX in a game, which really just boils for me down to like, what's your least favorite? What's the game that you played that was like really bad? And one of the problems for me is like, oh, what's the worst game you've ever played? I'm like, I can't remember. I dumped that into the abyss of memory like it's gone. It's like Down with Bing Bong in the pit. Like, if anyone's ever seen that film, so it's like I don't remember the worst ones. I've definitely played some bad games. um, I guess it would be more than important to be like this particular popular game that made a lot of money or at least had a cult following or something, in my opinion, had a bad UX. That would be more interesting than, oh, this indie game by this one guy who doesn't know how to make video games made the worst game UX you've ever seen. It's like, well, yeah, uh, because that person is up and coming. They don't necessarily have all the training or the experience. I think a lot of UX is, funnily, based on experience. Um, you learn those behaviors and psychologies, and a lot of it can be skill trained, and I think more than a lot of it, uh, most of it. I think the best UX designers I've worked with have like very traditional backgrounds in psychology, and some of the best UX designers I've worked with have just made a lot of games and seen a lot of players play their games and get frustrated at things. Back to the topic at hand. Set start tile just sets a tile ID, and that's going to let us move around the tile. Set the start tile here. We're just going to say self. That's fine. We should do that before we create the hand in the event that a player clicks on the thing. Okay, so we're placing a terrain. We've clicked on this terrain. We're going to go to the current town, get current ring. No. Going to get current tile. I need to essentially probably move the start texture to the biome now. Anyway, I need to step around and stop at the end basically, and in order to do that, I know the start tile and the current tile. And then we're going to have increment, or so yeah, we'll increment tile here. Let's make this function. So what this function does is it just adds one and loops around back to the start. So we get this, we go plus plus, or rather we say plus one. We know that rings are, whoa, compiler results, stay there. We know that rings are 6 units tall, or six units long. So if we do current ring, which will be 1 multiplied by 6, and then 2 multiplied by 6, if we do that, if we get current tile plus 1, and it's more than the end, then current tile needs to be set as a selector to 0. So it's the first element in the array. And then if current tile is now equal to start tile, then we can set the game state, set game state to placing structures. And in this case, we'll just print for now. A structure. Actually, it already prints, so we don't need to do that. It prints inside there. Okay, so what have we got here? YouTube. Something's going on. Punisher Rampage. Yeah, cool. Punisher. All right, cool. Mr. McMatic, welcome. And I don't know if you're still there, but hopefully you can hear me now. I am talking. I am back to talking, baby. Okay, so we've got a current tile plus 1. Our current tile is equal to 0 or this, and if it's equal to our starting tile, then we're going to do some cool things. In our terrain, if we get our current tile, we get our rings, and we get our current ring, which if I actually go to the town and say create ring, the ring is going to be -1 by default, becomes ring 0. Oh no, this needs to be 1. So this just starts at 0. So we could do a function of get current ring. Comes in here, gets a reference to essentially current ring -1, because that's not indexed. Return, that's the, well actually we should just split this. We'll just return that. Okay. So we have a nice little helper function for getting the current ring. Get current ring. Sweet. And then we can get current tile. I mean, we could just make a helper function. We should just make a helper function for that as well. Town get current tile. Current tile. Sweet. Back in our terrain. Now we can just get current tile. Place when we place a terrain, we're going to get the current tile that's there. And what we want to do is we want to just like smooth move this terrain over to that top. But for starts, what we could do is just make this terrain be a new texture. Custom event set texture. Okay. So we're going to set the texture of the target tile to our current texture, which we could promote here to just texture. Just make sure we've got a reference to it. Texture. Get texture. Cool. I'd love to use ECS for this eventually. I think that would be a really cool optimization. Entity component system. Rings, num. Current ring 0 -1. Oh, it is strange. Oh, we never change current ring. Find references by name. Get current ring, get current ring. Create ring, ring ID. Yeah, current. We're going to use current ring instead of ring ID. We're going to go find references by name to this. Get this ring ID here. We're going to use current ring instead. We don't want two variables because that makes life confusing. Current ring is 0. Okay, let's try one more time. Awesome. Current ring is 1. Yeah. Get current ring. It doesn't know the mid. Oh, right, yeah. The cloud never sets the mid, so let's just make sure that we set a mid. It. The mid, which is material instance dynamic for anyone doesn't know there. Randomize. Do that in our init. Event graph. We will move this away from our begin play, and we'll just call this custom anim appear. Oh, anim appear. Okay, so start play appear animation. We init and then we play the appear animation. Cool. Try that. One. These are all now random. So the issue with that is we've made it pointy. Tell you what we could do here is just make this clouds. What? Used on our terrain tile. That's weird. Our terrain tile right now. That's not flat top. MI tile. Pointy. Is that a flat top? No, it says it's a pointy top. MI tile pointy top. Right, what's going on there? Asset actions. Place references with this. Pointy top. Why are you now broken? It is a pointy top texture. It is a pointy top. These clouds are not pointy top. Pointy cloud. Pointy cloud. Awesome. Okay, now this is fixed. Click. Pointy clouds. Click. Options. Click. It's still yellow, sir. Sir, we messed up. So go to blueprints. What's happening is we're clicking on the terrain. And if we're in the place terrain logic, we get the current tile and we set the texture to this. And then we can increment the tile, which just moves. What we should do is get the current tile and some event set highlight. I'm going to set this to highlight here. And what we can do is here what's happening is we select ring start and we highlight this. So what we can do is set highlight through. In which case we can get the mid, we can set a color to be a vector parameter, just called tint. And select a color based on whether we're highlighting. If we are highlighting, it's this, and otherwise it's just white. So that sorts us out for that. Oh, town, what time are we at now? We're at 2 hours 17. In about 13 minutes, I need to go for a break and just walk, eat breakfast. Maybe eat breakfast, I don't know. So we have that set highlight there. In town, what we want to do is set highlight for our current asset to false. And after we move current tile, we'll set the new current tile to true. Current tile 6 is current tile +1. See. I see. See how this goes. That's a fail. It's like an absolutely epic fail. Increment tile. If it's more than this, I guess it's more than or equal to this. Let's go in a circle one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. So that's going somewhere. It has begun. What we can do now is go to our town, and when we increment the tile and we move over to place structure here, we can create a new ring. Like that. Click. Boop, 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 boop. Creates a new ring. Then we need to pick a tile. So, yes. Sorry, let's go back to select ring here. That's because it's not. Oh, I messed up earlier. Earlier, I wrote a little function that was like, in the set game loop, you can only move to the game loop +1. No, let's just do you're not equal to game loop. Keeping an encyclopedic knowledge of this game jam going whilst I'm making it, because otherwise it's not going to work. Anyway, so what I need to do is do a bunch more animation stuff, but we're pretty much got most of the loop in. I just need to do the building section. This isn't working right now because there's two sets of buildings in a way. What I'll do is on the terrain, if you've just clicked this, I'm going to destroy the actor. And we can animate that later. For this one, I need to populate 6 more, or populate 1 more every time you click one. But this is hills. biome. This is the desert biome. It's very boring. Very boring. It's very desert. It needs some oasis like towns in there. And that will happen as I place down more towns. So we'll go mountain, 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 lake, lake, open. Start here. Do mountain. Doof, 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 doof. Animations pending in terms of like flying over and bouncing and all of the nice ebbs and flows, but we're trying to just get the game loop in. I'm going to take a quick break. Thanks for joining me on the stream. Let's keep going after a short interlude. Delete the task here. We can let's just edit this task. Pick terrain. We're still not really done with that because we need to get it working for the 12 slot and then get the structure placement started as well. My gosh, we're actually making progress today. And what time is it? It's 9:30, of course. So the plan needs to be that in the next 3 hours, we get, ideally we get the game loop done. So it's like, we can place the structures, we can complete the tile without any of the naming of the buildings. We can zoom out and pick a new tile from an area and just start the loop again. Based on the code, we just change back to new town after we move that camera over to that town and we click it. That's the expand state. So we choose a direction and we click on that. And then we can worry about our resources and things later on. It's like all just fake. The questions don't make sense. The points don't matter. I'll be right back. Da, 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 da. Hello there, I am back, and I am ready, refreshed slightly. At minimum, I have a new coffee, so it's getting comfy here. It's getting comfy. New coffee, new 3-hour section. We're going to lunchtime here, and then I'll have an hour break, and then I'll be back for like another 6-hour stream probably, and then I'll have a break, and then I might be back for a little bit more in the evening. Right now, we're looking at picking a terrain tile. Let's just double check where we're at. We hit this button, we can pick a tile, we can place some stuff down, get a new loop, hit this, we can do this. Now, here's the problem, we don't have the other 6 tiles. So, when we create the hand, in which case we only ever create 6 in the hand, once we're done here and we've created these actors, I need to have a little branch, I suppose, that just says, hey, if our current town, current ring is equal to 2, I'm going to promote this to a local variable L. Repop. L should repop. And so in here, what we have move this actually over here. And we'll plug this in like so. Should we repopulate? And when we create our tiles branch, if we are repopulating, let's do this here. If we are repopulating, then we want to essentially assign to clicked on the terrain tile. However, we do not have a terrain tile that is clickable currently. So let's stick some music back on. Let's add an event dispatcher here. Terrain clicked. We'll just output the terrain, BP terrain self. Oh, terrain. Compile this. This, just say self. When we click a terrain, before we destroy it, which will turn into an animation later to do anim. Once we've got that done, we click the terrain. Cool. In our terrain hand, we can now bind to terrain clicked, and we can create a new event. Create event. It will be a new function. It says on terrain selected. You can get the actor location of this, and we can spawn a new. If we go to our create hand function, we can basically do this biome logic. And we'll need the current town's biome as a reference here. The index will just be 0, that's fine. On terrain selected, we'll just create a new terrain there. But we only want to do this, in this case, 6 more times. So what we can do is hold a variable of repop count. So we'll do an integer, and we'll increment this plus plus. For the repop count, we only want to make 6. So Actually, what we could do is we could say current hand count, current hand tile count. Every time we make a tile, we need to call that. So in create hand, actually, we don't need to store the biome here. And in fact, let's just always bind. We'll remove this, take this function, always bind this. I'm going to move this to custom function create hand tile. That'll allow me to manage those animations. So here, create hand tile, get the current town, get the biome, and we can just plug that in. Looking good. And we can increase our current hand tile count. When we create a hand, we need to reset that number to 0. Okay, so we create that hand tile. Now on terrain selected, if current hand tile count is less than get current ring multiplied by 6. Yeah. If the number of tiles that we've made is less than the number that we need, when we've picked a tile, then we'll make a new tile. Index will be 0. This will be the location. And hopefully that just works. Let's find out. You know what? I probably didn't call clicked, did I? We've got 1 here. We have 1 tile. So what's happening there? In our terrain hand, we start with the current tile count of 0. For each one that we create, we increment this integer and bind to it being clicked. We click it, we get on terrain selected. I'm just going to put an F9 in here. So the current tile count, the current hand count is 6, which is not less than 6, so we're good there. Let's just do all of these. We then have a new hand. Create hand here. Click. Interesting. Created all these, but we don't actually have a decent hand size. And also, create hand did get called, but it didn't break. It didn't break point. We increment tiles here, and then we create a new ring. Set the game loop. Oh, interesting. What's going on here? Increment tile. Click, 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 click. Create a ring. No biome on purpose so that it's a cloud. That becomes our ring of tile. Ring of tiles. Yeah, sure. Where else are we at with this? Now we can put the music back on. Okay, so something is messing up. What we can do is a stack trace here. Like this. Game loop entered starting. Game loop entered place terrain. Place terrain. Game loop entered select starting. We have a hello there. Let's go look at the output log. So what the stack trace does is it gives us a fallback for like what ended up calling this. Select start ring. Select ring start, sorry. And then it says hello because a terrain tile got selected and we created a hand tile. Interesting. It just creates one at index 0. Current ring, current hand tile. Count is less than current ring multiplied by 6. Oh, I see what might be happening. In our terrain tile, we're calling this after we increment everything. So we might want to click this, call this as early as possible. We're not getting any assets now. So I need to double check why. Also, we need to start our world with the correct asset. But we'll do that later. That's the biome route. Let's put that in. Add biome start textures to asset. We'll make sure that that is a thing that we do. We'll actually do that before we move too far on from where we're at right now. Pick terrain. Increment tile to do. Awesome. Right, let's just check why we're not going to a third. Increment tile. Goes all the way around. Let's step through it. We literally just increment. We set the texture on the last tile. We increment the tile. We unhighlight the tile. We go back to select ring state. We create a ring. We increment the ring. We do a ring distance. And we spawn some new terrains. Why don't we create a hand? Because we're going to click on the tile. we're going to click on the cloud. We're in select ring start state, and we can move to place terrain. Should create a hand here. Set start tile. Let's just debug this. So we click on this, we click here, we get our first highlight. We do our first loop. We select a new location. We do this part of the game. We get another ring. We pick a tile. We set start. And now we're into the realm where this won't actually be in the game. Because we're never going to do this many rings. But I am ready to sort of have that concept. Is that broken? Yeah, look at that. You can actually click random tiles and just delete them. So we have a bug to fix. I can click this tile, and then I can just click it again and it just gets deleted. So we're in the place terrain state, which means we're capable of doing all this logic, but nothing says that this terrain is hand terrain. So we're just going to put from hand in here. If we're in the place terrain state, and this particular terrain is from the hand, which we will expose as a variable, and it comes from terrain hand, where we have this ticked, then you can do that. So here we can click, but we can't just click any random asset now. We can only click on these guys. I was capable of picking the first ring, so that's also not good, because then we also break. So when we're on select ring start here, we essentially need to know if this has essentially at the moment is if this is clouds. If this is clouds, you're allowed to do this. Clouds is just true by default. It is false after we've randomized. Let's try that. Click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We get a new row. It's asking us to click a tile. We can still click that tile. It's not about being randomized, it's about having its texture set. Oh, we've got swamp this time. So we can't click any of these. We can click these though. Cool. Okay, so that's most of our loop down. We can pick a terrain. Awesome. Add biome start textures to the asset. Right, let's do that quickly. So DA biome. We want start textures. Start tile. Start tiles. I'm gonna just fill this. Actually, am I gonna fill this by default? It's always going to be a city. So what I want to do is in my asset here, we can pick a biome data. So we can do add selected to deck. We can do a new function, add selected to start tiles. And I don't have the ability to move this up, so I'll just do it manually. So add selected start. And this can just be renamed add selected deck. Okay, add selected deck. Oh, come on. Add selected D. Add selected deck. So here we'll do a click. We'll do the same thing. So biome, get selected textures. If it's not empty, transact the object, get all of the assets, and save it. But instead of editing the list of deck, we're going to do start. Oh, come on. Start tile. Get start tiles. And we add to start tiles like this. Run our edit utility that we made earlier today. Go to our deciduous forest. We don't have any start tiles right now. So if we go to window, content browser, we just have these side by side. I can go to our hex tiles and type in essentially, hopefully, city, not winter. We may not have ocean cities. We also don't want mountain, and we also don't want building. Location, sorry, we don't want location. So these are our options that we found. I feel like it might just be the case that all of them are going to be these clearings where a little man comes out, and in the future I might need to come back and actually change it. But basically add selected to start tiles is 20 of those. Jesus Christ. Oh right, yeah, because I got to delete that because we got to use pointy only. Actually reminds me, like, expand all. Are these all pointy? These are all pointy. Good. I'm going to use these, and these are going to be our start tiles in basically every single one of these. Desert, hills, meadow, oak, ocean, iron, plains, swamp, valley. We can do polish on that later on. But in our town now, when we run our init function, which we apparently don't have an init function, we should. Just going to clean up some code here. But this is like test. This looks like our begin. So here we have random biome, right? Let's do collapse function init biome. This is to do flat top. That's just like another. That's probably like for the full game if I do this as a full game. In the biome here. This is part of a init tile. Collapse to function. Init town. Put this at the top. Let's go back to the event graph and grab our init biome code, which I'm just going to actually cut. I don't want this function. Yeah, I don't want it. Init town. Pick a random biome. And then So we get start tiles and we get a random one of those. We're gonna split this. We're gonna block load this asset in order to set it as our texture here. Texture 2D. Block loading is a little dangerous, but this is at the start of the game, so it shouldn't be too bad. In fact, what we could do to just make that a little bit clean, like a little bit less ugly, is we init our town. We should just... We don't really need to enable input. This was also for testing as far as I remember. Yeah. This was another test feature, so we don't actually need to do it. Let's just leave it down there. Start town click. We've got some to do mobile there. We've got init here. And what we can do is actually async load. And when this is completed, that's when we'll set the texture on the mid. So we'll just put this all up into the init function. So I should probably just do custom load start tile. In fact, I always forget this, but you can do, this doesn't really need to be a custom event just to get it out of the graph here. I'm just going to collapse these nodes. Oh, I can't collapse it. Okay, can't collapse it. Not allowed to do that. It's the async starting texture. Add prime start textures. We do have a second loop, technically. Zoom out new world, structure placement naming, structure hand. How long have we got here? We've got 2 hours. Just gonna have a coffee break. Audio test. Yeah, still going through. Cool. Apparently yeah, no, I'm good. Okay, so what I need to do is have max rings, and we're going to have that as 2. And then in our increment tile, when we come over here, we can put a function in here just saying branch. If current ring is more than or equal to, or I could just say if current ring is less than 2, then you're allowed to do this. Otherwise, we can set the world state to town complete in this case. And so we'll see if that works. So yeah, town complete here. So that'll be our moment in the game. That's cool. What we need to do is get our structure placement phase sorted. Oh my god, I'm tired. I'm so tired, guys. I'm so tired. Who's watching right now? What I got here? I got 2 on Twitch. I got 1 on YouTube. Announce yourselves. No. Let's get the next stage sorted here. We need a whole bunch of stuff, sadly. I might do this next bit as UI. I think that would be a smart way to do this, because it's going to be nice. Right, so here we're going to do user interface widget underscore structure list, and we'll also do structure item. So we'll have these two. We'll start with structure item. I think that'll be nice. So let's go border. Actually, we'll go border, desired size, image. Stick that in. Our image can be, we'll just pick a location for now. Okay, that's not good. We'll do this castle. So these locations are 800 by 500. So one thing that we're going to need to locations standard none, location standard semi. What does that mean? Ah, it's the outline. Let's go look at our reference. So this structure has the outline on it. All these structures have the outline on, like they're a sticker. So we're going to go with the sticker versions, which are the full. Don't know what semi are, but these full ones here, what we need to do is asset actions, edit property matrix on these 29 assets. We need to pad these to stretch to a power of 2, and we'll save that change. So now when I go and look at one of these, in this case it's 1024 by 512. So weird. I could specify a size, resize to a specific resolution. I wanted to not do it that way. I wanted it to snip it. So unfortunately these are way wider than they need to be. We need to look at the MIP settings. So here we'll go simple average, and we'll do a LOD bias of 2, and we'll just see how that looks. Yeah, that's plenty big. And these are now crunched down to 256 by 112, 128. So when they're cooked into the game, they're going to be a lot smaller, and big enough is essentially the point. In our, we don't need our eye, that, we don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. We'll open these as we need them later. We're just going to focus on building this asset for now. So inside this image, I'm going to wrap it with a scale box, set it to fit to scale to Y. I'm going to wrap this scale box in a size box, which I'm going to clamp to 256 by 256. So that's going to be our button. The border back here, we have some UI somewhere. So we have all this. Somewhere in here is this nice button slot. The dimensions are quite small. We'll take the white one. trying to use this box here. I might need to go and edit the image. It looks like a super cool little tile. It's actually way too big, isn't it? Let's go 64 by 64 or 128 by 128, and then we can do like 10 padding, 20 padding. That'll be fine. Going back to our assets here, it's actually the grey one. And I might even make it grayer. I don't know. I kind of like it being white, but I don't want it to mess with the graphics. Okay, cool. So we got a building. So this will be our image underscore location. And similarly to our biome data, we need to add locations to each of these areas. And so the concept is that some structures exist in certain biomes, full stop. That's like be all and end all of it. Let's go back to our biome creator, and we will add selected tiles to location. Add selected to locations. Set that on the name here. Add selected locations. When this is clicked, do same logic again, but this time we're doing locations. Look at this utility widget, just making absolute time savers this whole time. So hex tiles here, locations, and what we wanted, I think it was elements, locations underscore full. Okay, so this is standard full, locations overlay standard full, elements standard full. This is an overlay to a tile, is 840 by 840. So I can just say here, not overlay. And that should just give me all my options, yeah. Let's open this up a little wider so we can see all the options. Okay. So this is honestly just decorative at the moment. At the moment it's decorative. So let's pick this. And we'll say that in the deciduous place, we can have the inn, the farm, the house, chapel. We can have the watchtower. We can have the nice little green, it says ruined house, but I'm like, the nice little greenhouse. So we'll add that to locations. For the desert, well, actually what I'll do is I'll add that to hills locations, meadow locations, oak locations. So that's our kind of countryside. Oh, and we'll also add it to pine. I guess in pine as well we'll add this tall house, this fort, just to change it up a bit. So we'll add that to the selected locations there. Let's go back to desert and pick what we're going to have there. So we're going to have a cave, a graveyard, dungeon, a battlefield, a campfire. We don't need a campfire in the desert. Well, maybe we do. We can have a mine, we can have a sanctuary thing, we can have an oasis. We can definitely have the witch hut there, and the tents kind of fit, and also this kind of fits. And also this kind of fits. There's a lot of things that can go in the desert. That's pretty cool. Ocean, we'll go with the runestone, the waterfall. We'll have the windmill, lighthouse. We'll have the ship. It's just a sticker game at this point. Let's do a cave. I'm going to do a water city, basically. Add that to locations. For the plains, we'll do huts, 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 windmills, farms. What else could we do here? In the plains, yeah, we'll do that. In the swamp, we're definitely going to have all the Evil Dead stuff. Take this as well. We can also have, going to keep that one off for now. We'll do the witch hut. So that's the swamp. The valley. So this is the Rocky Valley one. So we'll take this, 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 this. This is just a bridge, so I don't really care about that. Let's just go back to the swamp quickly and double check. Start tiles, yeah. Locations, expand. Yeah, we did get the gravestone in there, so that's good. Okay. So castle, yeah. Castle, city, fort, like a military tent. Watchtower, village, like these technically need to be in some of our other ones as well. So locations, desert, not desert, damn it, Control Z. No. Didn't mean to do that. We do not want houses in the desert. Fine. I need to create an override in our EUW biome creator tool that we've made. So I'll just add to the configs here, I'll just add override as a boolean. And if we're overriding here, and change how this works. So if we're not overriding, we do one type of logic. And if we are overriding, we literally just then we clear this first, and then we come in to the loop. So we want to get this block of logic here into each of our other bits of code. So we need to move everything down. Bit of a mess, but it's okay. So I can go to deciduous, I can turn on override and then add to locations. It's going to now clear the array and then add my new list into it. So if we go back here, for like the forests and stuff, I kind of want it to be more city as well. So we'll just add pretty much everything that makes sense. We can have little dungeons around there, rarely. But essentially, yeah, these are like towns, right? Got windmills and stuff. Right, that's going to be deciduous, meadow, pine, and then for the plains, what I wanted to do, just double check this. We've got the farmhouse, the huts, the windmill. I haven't put weighting in yet, but what we can do is just duplicate the windmill 3 times, and it's natively now more popular. It's not the right way to do this. We should use the weighting, but it's okay. It's fine. About speed. Planes also need to have these eggs. So we'll add that to the planes for the... Oh, wait. I forgot I've got override ticked, so I basically just removed everything that was in the planes. Okay, so planes. We're going to have this in the planes, this. We will have the inn, the little house, the eggs, this house, the huts, the windmill, and the sanctuary. And then if we take override off and then just add 2 more windmills and 1 more egg, then that's the plains sorted. For the desert we messed up, and that's what we needed the override for, because I accidentally added a bunch of regular houses to the desert at one point. So for the desert we're going to have this. Have this one's like some eggs. We can have some mining. We can have the sanctuary, the oasis, the witch hut, these 2 huts. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. And we'll have the lighthouse. We'll save the lighthouse. That's the desert now. So here we can see we have 13 items selected. We have 13 entries in the list. Just turn that off. In our valley, I want to make sure that we have a lot of lighthouse options. So the valley has lots of lighthouses, probably also. It could have ships. Oh, I've just realised actually, it's not about rarity. It's just about what are your options, because this isn't randomized at the moment. So I'm just being dumb. I'll have to go through and... God damn it. I forgot that it wasn't about rarity here. And it's just because I have this rarity thing. What I'm going to do is change the biome. DA_biome. I'm going to change this. This is the deck building portion, so it's not about rarity. It's just texture 2Ds. Soft textures. Close that off. Right. In here, now we need to just change this. Clear. And then we just add this. And it's... Honestly, it can just be add unique. Like, never add this otherwise. Yeah, that works. Stop and start this again. We're gonna have to do every biome because they'll all be empty now. So we're going to override every single biome. We're going to have to go through and do it all again. Sorry, everybody. Towns. what I was hoping to avoid, if we look here, like 6 options is a good number of options. So what I can do is actually select all of these, then randomize for now, but you'll have a deck in the future, but I'll just randomize which ones you get, so that we don't ever have more than, we don't have too many basically. Don't want the lighthouses. With the deciduous forest. Actually, for the forest, let's go a cozy vibe in the mixed forest. So let's go with this. Have random chapels, farms, caves, little houses, inns, old houses, stones, bridges. In our desert, we will have dead things, fires, caves, dungeons, rips. We'll have rips. We'll have a lighthouse in the desert. It's kind of giving me like the Fires of Gondor vibe. We'll have this thing. We will have vines, sure. Waystones and oases. That's the desert. Hills. Standing back from the top now. Hills, bridges, campfires, caves, farms, chapels. Hey, Potato Soup. Just currently sorting out the decks for the different biomes, but we have got all the like placement working. I'm just working on the structure placement right now, so like we're just getting this bit sorted, and then that's like the second from last thing in the game loop. So the structure hand is going to be like, we're close to the end. We're going to have a quarry in the hills. That'll be cool. We can have some houses, some abandoned houses maybe. Have some windmills. Doesn't really make the hills. Yeah, sure. Witch hut. Sure. Meadow. Right, meadows. I want to have one place that's like military. So I might do that in the pine. For the meadow, I want it to be pretty chill. So this will have farmhouses, chapels in the meadow, little houses in old house. We'll have the stone again, windmill, and one more for the meadow. Bridge. Okay. Oak forests. So this is like you can have a castle in there. Could have some city stuff going on in the oak. Okay, ocean. for the ocean, we were going to do like different types of caves. We'd definitely have lighthouses in the ocean. Ocean quarries and sanctuaries, some ocean windmills, waterfalls, and towers. For Pine, this is where I wanted to do the military. Oh, did I not add a witch hut to the oak? No, I just replaced them all. I keep forgetting I've got this bloody override on. Okay, well, gotta do oak again. Oak I said was like castle, chapel, city, this, farm, house, inn, lighthouse, tower, witch hut. Yeah, cool, right, boom. That's oak, ocean. We've done ocean. Pine, this one's going to be military, so castle, chapel, city, fort, lighthouse. You can have some rip in there. Military tent for sure. I wanted the tower. You can do the tents. Actually, what's these tents that are important here? Do a ship, sure, and we could do a shipwreck. It's unique to the Pine. Plains, rocky, scarecrows, farms, little houses, little inns, definitely nests, sanctuary, these two, the windmill. Those in the plains. Okay, swamp. This is the furthest we've got. We're all the way to swamp now. Definitely this. Definitely anything with skulls. Anything with skulls. Anything with rocks. This would fit in the swamp here. Witch hut for sure. Do this as well. We may as well do that one too. That goes in the swamp. And now we're on the last one, the valley. Right. So for the valley, we were like watchtowers, chapels. This one. Have this. This, definitely a quarry. And two more. Have a little fort in there, I guess. Some little houses. Okay, that's everything. Alright, so now that we've got that set up, we can go back. And I can show now. Potato soup, you still there? Potato soup. You must answer the call. In fact, if everyone could just say hi, that would really help with the with the achievements. Apparently there are achievements, and it's like having a certain number of people talk at the same time. Anyway, so this is what we're going to make now. We got these 6 tiles. We're going to have this little number here as well. So this is our structure item. This is our structure list. What we do. The structure list, we have a function. The function is probably not going to be a function because I actually need to asynchronously load all of these. So we'll do a custom event. Create structure hand. I can't spell structure. Create structure hand. Get current town. Get biome. Get locations. elapsed to function init location list. Oh right, yeah, you're here. Yeah, so clicking this, boop. You pick a tile. You get to, it's a random biome, right? So it's like swamp, and then you pick one of these, and now I can fill this up. Obviously, I'll add animations to this, but this is where we're at in the loop. I'm just adding the structure section in now. So yeah, we're initting the location list. Doesn't look like much, but man, it took me hours to get like a nice clean code base, nice helper functions. Makes the rest of the project go really fast now, basically, because I can start adding polish after I'm done with the loop. So what we'll do here is just promote this to L locations. Shuffle this. So once we have deck building, we'll sort that out. But right now what we're doing is we're just going to resize this to 6. I know there's always more than 6, which is good. So those are the options you get this time. Here, when we create a new structure hand, we'll have num tones, I guess. We'll promote that to a variable. Number of turns. You're allowed to place, like, 4 of these down. Okay. So that's our location list, which we're then going to... Actually, we don't need to have this as a local variable. We can actually convert this. Promote to locations. It's local. Okay. So those are our locations. And then what we essentially do is we get a copy here of element 0 of a custom event, load next location. So we asynchronously load this asset, and upon completing, we cast it to a texture 2D. And upon that working, we create a widget, which is a structure item, which has on construct set texture from soft texture, which in this case is city full. We have variable, which is the texture, which is an exposed variable. Yeah, it's looking okay. It's getting there. Y'all, potato soup. You know what, actually, potato soup with bacon is like my favorite. Hands down, my favorite. And if my wife is watching right now, that is officially a hint. So we have the city here. So that's not working. Pre-construct image location, set brush from source texture. Texture is location city. That's not the city. Not the city. Look at that. It's terrible. They also different overlay. Oh man, these assets, like, sometimes they really hurt. What is with that? there's a clipping property down here where you can say basically don't clip, so clip to bounds without intersecting. So that's nice. I guess what I could do is I could say at design time we're going to pick a random from a biome, right? So just so we can just do like test biome, test biome, get locations, and then just like rand there. If we're at construct time, let's just test. We don't have a test biome selected. Deciduous. If I go to the farm, it's 256 by 128. It's kind of squashed. It's because I stretched it to a power of 2. I can stretch it to a square power of 2. Or I can pad to a power of 2. Okay, so if I do that on here, it's not too bad. I'm going to grab all of these and edit these. Hopefully this fixes a little bit of the issue, but essentially in padding and resizing we just stretch to a square power of 2 instead. And then in our structure item, if I now compile, no, they're still all squashed and ugly, and pixelated, I will also say. And so these log biases will just set to 1. This ain't working very well. Oh, there should be 512 by 512, to be honest. 1024. 512 by 512. I might be able to scale these up to make them fill the image, potentially. But essentially this isn't looking great at the moment, because it's not, the position on the image isn't uniform. Yes, I have to keep compiling it to test. But it's something that I can polish again. It's something I can polish later. This is how I want it to look, and hopefully we will get there later on. But right now, when we create our structure list, we're going to load our asynchronous. Actually, we could do the asynchronous load on the widget end. If we refresh this here, yeah, we actually can do this on the structure end. So init location list here, we literally just each through here create these tiles, add them to a list that we don't yet have, which will be our some kind of overlay. We're going to have a horizontal box. We're going to have a vertical box. We're going to have this border in our horizontal box with a text block inside. We don't need the scale box there. We can replace that text block here. I need to change the border actually. Where's the button? I don't think it's that. But it's better than it was before. So anyway, 2 black. We have a cool blob font. Just go like 150, 20. Centered. Oh, it's not green. I don't need the size box either. Place that. Oh no, I do need the size box. Would you look at that? I do need the size box. Just need to move this down. Okay, so that's T and text block underscore turns. That's how many times we can do something, and then in this vertical box here, goes to the top. There we go. This vertical box just has a little bit of padding to the right, say 25. Every element needs 25 padding. This is our vertical box locations. We will get the vertical box locations, add child to vertical box and set padding. And that padding is just going to be 25 to the bottom. Okay. So what we can do, I suppose, if this is not valid, we just have test biome, file, take this, just make it deciduous, take that, take locations here, plug this in here, and in the event graph on event pre-construct, what we can do is just if we're in design time, we can init that location list, which will just allow us to see how that behaves. So this is what it's going to look like on the side of the screen when everything's working. We are somehow getting duplicate elements. So this is in the deciduous biome, right? DA underscore deci. Yeah, we have one campfire. We pre-construct, we initialize the location list. I might need to clear this on pre-construct because I think it's just filling with like hundreds of entries. And another thing is I should probably clear this as well. This vertical box where we're adding all this stuff. So on construct we don't also get hundreds of those. Okay, this is how it's going to look. Stuff is sticking off the top. Stuff is not quite filling the space. Stuff in general kind of messed up. I'm going to steal this button. I think I prefer that. Put that on here. Just darken it. Wow, that one sucks. Structure list. Structure list has started. Let's carry on. We're going to do some drag drop. We're going to do some drag drop. We're going to do it. Let's make sure that this structure list is part of our HUD. I don't think we have a HUD yet. Yeah, we have a HUD class, but we don't have like a game HUD. So let's just get widget underscore HUD underscore islebound. And then we're get an overlay in here. We're going to have a load of cool UI. I want to do, for the loop thing, I want your game loop that you're in, I want to have a circle that twists as you play the game, and that tells you which part of the loop you're in. But let's do structure list. Cool. Oh, you can see it there. It's going crazy. Apparently those tiles are enormous. Let's shrink that down. So what we've got to be aware of is that on like an ultra wide, eventually this apparently on a super mega ultra wide, this stops working. I mean, these are the common resolutions here, right? So we've got 30 here, so we're actually still mostly good in most regards. But what you could do is you could wrap this in a wrap box instead, that just moves the element around later. This thing is now too big. Let's put that down. Size this text down a little bit. Cool. Okay, so let's just make sure that this gets drawn on screen. So BP_town. Apparently when the ring completes here, we go into select new ring, but actually we want to go into place structure. Yep. We want to do that. Just move this out of the way. So we'll go into place structure now, and what happens then is we get all widgets of class. There's only one of them. This doesn't happen very often, so this isn't extremely expensive. It's not top level, but it is the structure list. Get that widget, and we call upon it locations, init location list. What I could do instead is in the structure list on, we actually did this on purpose and we haven't used it very much. Event construct, get game state, cast to GS islebound, assign to assign game loop changed, and if the game loop is equal to place structures, then we should init the location list. Essentially, it says create a structure hand with a number of turns. We don't really need that function because we can find out which loop we're on, and how many turns we have is determined by the loop that we're on. So when we init the location list here, what we could do is just turn num turns into get current ring, and we'll just do multiplied by 2, I think is what we said. We can actually put a random integer, do random, I guess we'll do random bool. So we'll have a select in here, random boolean, between basically 2 and 3. So you can have up to 4 in the start area. Sorry, you can have up to 3 in the start area, up to 6 in the second area. We'll see how that works in a moment. If this is valid, that's your number of turns. I'm being called. Hello. Yeah, speaking. I forgot that I muted myself during the call. I forgot that I have an optometrist tomorrow. I am now setting up a thing that turns the structure list on and off based on the game loop changes, which means that over here in our town we don't need to find the structure because we're all good for that, essentially. We will have a function in here that is like place structure. Oh. That comes in with a terrain, target terrain. I do need to handle you trying to place two things on one tile, so I'll have to do that later. Actually, I could do it right now. Return success. So we can have a key map in here, essentially, that is just terrain structures. It's a terrain with, the terrain is the map, and the other thing is a texture 2D. Soft texture, sure. Because we're going to try and save this data later, basically. Well, we'll leave it there for that. So this is the structure. We're going to need to spawn an actual actor over the top of the structure. We have the success here. Let's go back to our structure list. We've now populated a list of items, right? And I'm going to add the drag. We're going to have a cancel feature, which is going to ask for a terrain tile. So that's going to be on the tile itself. So let's bind up our drag features. So event, mouse, down, or touch in the future. Do is affecting button is equal to the mouse click. If it is, then we will drag detect, drag if pressed. Plug that in there, and otherwise it's unhandled. Okay. Pointer event is this. Event drag detected. If we detect a drag, create a drag drop operation using self as the payload. And we'll go from, center is good. We will then remove ourselves from the parent as well, because we're going to be moving it around here. If we get event cancelled, just get parent here. Promote to variable last parent. When we cancel the drag, we need to test get hit under get player controller, hit under mouse cursor by visibility channel, break past terrain. Get current town. Add location. Location. What do I call that function? Place structure. We'll do add location. That was what made sense when I tried it. Add location. Terrain tile is past terrain. Is the terrain tile. If that's invalid or casting null pointer failed, then what we do is we get last parent and we just add child. Self back to the parent. And otherwise we always do that. We actually always re-add this. When the drag cancels, re-add myself to the parent. And then check for a hit. So what we're going to do is we're either going to add a location and decrement the score, the count, which means we need to say structure added. Just call that here. In the list that creates all those items, what we can do is bind to structure added here. Create an event function on structure added. We can set number of turns to -1. And if number of turns is equal to 0, then we can set the game loop. We have to do some checks here. So get current town. If the town is, let's have a think here. Current ring is equal to max rings. What do I call it? If we've just finished placing structures and we're on the max ring, then we should go into the complete state. Town complete. If we're not at the current number of rings, we should go into the select start ring state, and this town needs to create a new ring. The way that this is all set up actually is like really indie and really dodgy. Like what I'd prefer is like a game state manager, and in there is like when the state change, I get to call the state change, and in there is the individual chunks of logic. Currently, all of my game code logic for how the states change is based on the last thing that did it. I thought I went deaf. My God. Well, how long ago did you say that? All right, cool. So let's try it out. Fail. So add location doesn't do anything, so that's pretty funny. What we should do is essentially find this, and if we do find it, it's a fail. Otherwise, it's a success, and we're just going to add the terrain target and the structure, and we'll spawn a new actor. Actually, on the terrain, just to save number of actors, we'll just have a plane on here that just sits just above it here, a little bit smaller, and it will be hidden. Well, it'll be invisible basically until it's necessary. And so we'll have a function in here that's like set location. What that will do is create a dynamic material instance on element 0 here. It will go to our artwork. It's gonna be not a tile. So we need a new material. So the third material we made for this project, m_location. That's literally a texture parameter texture. It's a base color, no specular, full roughness, a fully rough asset with a mask, I believe. So this will be masked, and the texture we'll just use city full, location standard full city. Yeah. So that's our first asset. You can see it's all stretched and stuff. I'll fix it in post. Create this location, set texture parameter value, texture. Convert this to an event, because this input used to be a soft object that async loads. It may already be loaded, which may be fine. Okay. Save all that. I can't even click my bloody tiles. Oh, I know why. Because I can't even click the tiles, man. I just put a plane on. Probably has collision. Right. So we get in the town, we're incrementing the tile. We've got back to the start tile, but we are less than max rings. So we're going to place a structure, which is going to set the game loop, which is going to call that the game loop has changed. Oh, so our BP HUD. Yeah, I never added the code here. So create widget, HUD, tile, add to viewport. Sweet, like that. I didn't do that. So we have two here, which is just hilarious. Let's go not have it look like that. Overlay main. In the visibility here. Interesting. Well, this is just the HUD. I didn't need to do that. I need to click on this guy. I need to edit this. I don't know why. Yeah, I see 10. Cool. I was gonna say I don't know why that's bigger than the other one. This should be hidden. Should be hidden. So on pre-construct here, if we're not in designer time, it's gonna be hidden. Cool. Click, 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 click. Get some structures. We can animate that later. We can drag this onto a tile, but we're not getting a hit on the tile, right? And we also are missing the padding that we know and love. And in fact, if we do all of them, it's probably going to end up that we just have a little baby list. And our index isn't going down because it's failing, right? I might get rid of the tile and just have the stickers. I think that might just end up looking better, and then I don't need to crunch the textures as much or whatever I'm doing here. Anyway, so right now where we're at is I need to debug the structure item. When we cancel the drop, we get this hit under channel. So we're looking for an actor. We're actually getting no hits, and I think I remember the reason is because the mouse is still consumed. From the drag drop operation. So now we got one, but the thing didn't show up. Because we didn't give it a texture, maybe? That should have shown my hand again, but it didn't. Also, that obviously something's broke. Obviously, if it wasn't obvious, something broke. We are not getting correct hit. Oh, that time we did. And that time we did. Yeah, that's hilarious. That looks terrible. And I think two things. It needs to be rotated, and it needs to be extended in one axis which in this case I think is this axis. We'll see. We'll see. How is it? Okay, we've got 40 more minutes to finish this up before I have to sort of think about lunch. That's way too long. That next bug before we get too much further in. There's a lot more polish we can do there, but we need to move over to the bugs. So let's take a look. The town is not yet complete. Let's just do place structures here. Then in our structure list, when this town complete happens, yeah, I'm just gonna play with the player's camera basically. So BP_pawn. I might do some animation on all the tiles in the next stage. For now, I just need to see something happen. So we're going to add a timeline that's like zoom out. Just zoom out. Add a track, alpha. Add 2 keys. 0, 0, 1, 1. Set this to 1. Oops. Follow that. Go back to the graph. On update, we're just gonna so we're just gonna set arm length. Set arm length. I'll tell you what. We'll do an finterp on this. Finterp 2. Current, which is get arm length. Get arm length. To the arm length is I guess 600 by default, so 600. Print variable target arm length. Custom event set zoomed out. I just realised that's not going to do anything. We're in orthographic, baby. Ortho width. Camera get ortho width. Camera set ortho width. Yeah, that was silly. So by default it's 1000, and then we can go to like 1500 maybe. It might be too much. We'll see. Whoa. Sorry, what? Oh, right, yeah. Like well zoomed in for a second there. It needs to be further, but you basically at that point pick a new location, and we can do this at 5 units. So we're getting there. So we have the structure hand section done. We have we'll edit this. We'll call this like naming UI. So we can name things, zoom out, and new worlds. So what I need to do now is create a new start tile over here. But I might. God, how am I going to do it? Essentially, you just need to click it. But I need a new function for that. I'm going to call the stream here. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to do more streaming this afternoon around 1-2 o'clock. For more hours, and we'll get through. So currently, functionally, what we have is pretty much all of this up to here, and we're going to need to do this selection, and then we're going to need to do the resources. So I'm going to add some of these things to the task list. So things that we haven't done yet: resource events and UI. Like when you place things, nothing happens. There's no feedback. It's very quiet, sterile, and uninteresting. The thing that made it sound like it was going to be fun was that when you place it down, stuff happens, numbers pop. Like you just have this sense of building this world. I do think that clicking on the items is making the game really fast, but I am testing, so I'm just like rapidly rinsing through it. There needs to be some concept of like making the best choices to some degree, so it becomes interesting, because right now it doesn't really matter where I place the tiles. There's no procking off each other. I don't know what, I mean, I've got to make some rules up, right? Like if you put a mine near some mountains, then this happens. I also need to do some tool tips on structure shop. To animate the shop. I need to animate so much stuff. Animate lots of things. So yeah, we got our resource events and UI. we don't need our naming UI before we've got our zoom out new world. So we do have our zoom out. We need our new world loop. So that's like one of the most important things. I think before naming, we need the resource events because that's what makes it feel really juicy and poppy and good fun. I'm going to turn everything off here. Calculator. What else? The names, yeah, that's going to be good. This is going to be good. I need to polish the shop. This looks really nice. I kind of liked it. I thought this was going to be really cool. It doesn't look great in game. Need to find out why. This is probably also looks cooler here, where it's like stacked over each other for some reason. Also, this like outline. This like tech art here, that actually would be nice. I'm gonna put polish as a lot of this. Polish, animate lots of things. Tooltips on the structure shop, yeah. I mean, that's going to come as part of like the resource events, because if I'm making up any rules that's like, oh yeah, if this is on a mountain, then such and such. So that's going to matter. Yeah, I think for whatever reason, this is feeling a lot more vibrant than the game right now as well. So that's another thing I suppose that's kind of bothering me. Another thing is like zoom out after ring 1. Like again, that is polish. So we can put that in there as polish. We've almost got the new world loop though. So I think by the end of today we'll have this where we've got all of these assets. Polish the shop, polish the structure visuals because they're like aliased and wonky and just like generally not looking cute and awesome like these ones at the moment because of the way that the art is curated. Yeah, what I'll do is he has these like square versions of these. So I'll take those square versions and then in my shop UI I'll scale them out, not clip them, make sure they're not hit testable. And when I place them in the world, then it's actually placing a perfect square rather than this like stretched item that we had. So we can polish those structure visuals up for sure. Roads are going to add a lot to the vibes, I think. We do want to get the placement ripple, and that is polished, but it's like the highest level of polish. Let's actually get that done after the new world loop because that's going to start making it just look really fun. So that'll be cool. Yeah. Another thing I wanted to do is like the game loop UI. I want to get that in after the new world loop probably, and maybe the time of day loop as well. So somewhere in the UI, probably at the top here, is some element that is showing you like of the steps of the game that are involved in this game as you do an action that like nicely clicks over or ticks over in some kind of loop that is helping you both understand where you are in the loop of the game and maybe what the goals may or may not be. But at least gives you an idea. And then you can see what a whole loop is, where you're at on that loop. And it ties into the theme, right? So that'll be cool. All right, I'll be back later today. Have a good one, everybody. Thank you for joining me, and I hope it is looking cool. If you have any suggestions or you want to reach out to talk about the game or anything else, please let me know. I'll be around.